Hello, everyone. I'm officially live yet again. I hope that you're doing well today. If you're new here, I'm Alex. This is my channel, Frank Fiction, where I do reading and productivity sprints most every Friday at 5 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. If you're watching live, welcome. If you're watching the recording after the fact, welcome to you as well. I just realized my book is all the way over there. Hold on. Sorry. Tonight, I will be reading Wolves of the Kala. This past week was equally as busy morning, noon, and night as it was last week. So there's not a whole lot. Thank you, Annie. There's not a whole lot of progress that I was able to make, but I was able to get to the section called the Wolves, which I think might be the final section. Yes, it is. It's the final section in this book. And so I'm on page 619. We're just going to try to get as much done tonight as possible. So, as always, this is a chill time. Sit down, grab a drink, grab a snack, curl up under a blanket, or put a fan on you. Whatever temperature suits you best. Our weather right now today is actually very lovely. I did have to go out in my beekeeping suit yesterday and destroy a yellow jacket's nest. And then after I destroyed the yellow jacket's nest today, I discovered a wasp's nest right behind the cushion that they had built the nest on for the yellow jackets. So basically, I have been the destroyer of worlds for the last day, which I do feel bad about, but at the same time, they tried to sting me and I was not happy about it. So that was interesting. I actually got to don my beekeeping suit, which I have not put on in many years because I don't have bees at this point in time, but I would like to at some point in the future. Anyway, right now I am double fisting milk and water. So stay hydrated tonight. And then I literally, the reason I don't know if you could tell, I kind of rushed in here, but I just finished up making dinner, which is my copycat recipe for the KFC like loaded mashed potato bowl thing that they do that has chicken on it. The one that you can make at home is like so much better and you get way more food and way more protein. So that's what I'm going to be eating tonight. Keaton's in the living room eating his. And yeah, I'm going to go over and see how everybody's doing and see what it is that you're reading and working on tonight. So Heidi was the first one in. Hey Heidi, good to see you. Heidi says, hello book people. And hello to you. And Melissa's here. Hey, Melissa. Melissa says, hi, everyone. We'll be working on Regime Change by Maggie Haberman and Jonathan Swan. Sweet. And Heidi says, on my second try of Dungeon Crawler Carl, but it does not look good, just not funny. Yeah, you all have really opened my eyes to the fact that either you're somebody that really, really likes it and you want to read like the 7 books that are out right now, or you really don't like it. I told Keaton that at some point, like probably well in the future, the series is probably going to be over, which is typical for me by the time I get to it. And then I can see like with the first book, if it's something I would even like, I probably would just get it from the library. And then, find out if I would want to continue on, because I think the premise sounds really fun, and obviously like there's all these book clubs that people are a part of, so I know that people are enjoying reading them. It's just there's been such mixed reviews from you all, so it's not like a universal thing. And Stina says, hello, Alex, Sir Francis in chat, and hello to you too, Stina. And Sir Francis says, hello to you all. And Angel's here. Angel says, hello, and hello to you, Angel. And Kirsten's here. Hey, Kirsten. Kirsten says, happy Friday, and happy Friday to you. Melissa says, what kind of animal is Sir Francis? He is a capybara with a piece of bread on his head. And Chris says, hello, Alex, and hello to you, Chris. I am reading an arc about the time Agatha Christie went missing. Oh, cool. Very nice. I love a good mystery when it's a good one. Yeah, Sina says capybara. Also says thanks. And Kirsten says, I think I'm going to do a fun thrift store run for the first sprint. Great. That sounds like a lot of fun. I actually ended up, I mean, I was working because it was for work, but I had to go out today to go over to the baseball field because you guys will probably remember that I hosted a baseball game for work last year, and we're able to do it again this year, and we're actually doing twice the amount of tickets that we did last time. So I ended up picking up 500 tickets today to take our employees to, and I'm really excited about it because the way that I'm doing it this time, I think is going to hopefully be way less stressful for me, but at the same time, It also might make it difficult to like give out that many tickets because that's a lot of tickets. Like you guys understand that, but we're doing it this year where they can get up to 3 tickets. You know, because a lot of people it's like, oh, well, I can't take my spouse or I can't take like both of my kids or whatever, and so we wanted to offer them the chance to like get one extra one. So that was my adventure today. I was going out and picking up baseball tickets. And Stina says, not sure yet what I'll be listening to, but I'm going over some new software Brian loaded onto my machine while I was away. Wonderful. And Heidi says, I may just be too old for a Dungeon Crawler, Carl. It's like playing a video game, I guess. You may love it as I know you are a gamer. That I am. That's true. I mean, I don't know if you ever read Ready Player One. When I read that book, I really liked it at the time. I have thought about it since, and I'm like, would I like it as much now? I'm not really sure. The sequel came out, and I have no interest in reading that whatsoever. Like, I will never return to that as a series. I also didn't hear good things about it. But Melissa says, I apologize for not being around the last couple of weeks. My dad passed away and had a lot on my mind. Well, my sincere condolences to you, Melissa. I'm really sorry to hear that about your dad, and I hope that you're doing okay. And you're welcome to be here whenever. You know, if you're feeling really bad and you don't want to be here, you're feeling really bad and you just want to lurk, you know, feel good enough that you want to come on, we're just happy to have you. So, you know, if you feel like you can't stay the whole time, that is also okay. And Kirsten says, sending virtual hugs your way, Melissa. Yes, absolutely. Sina says, I'm so sorry. And a thank you to Kirsten and a thanks to everyone. Yeah, you're very welcome. This is a safe space for everybody. And I actually have a group of friends that like they message every single day, and a lot of times I've actually gone on there and been like, hey, sorry, I've been so quiet. And every single time they're always like, you can just show up whenever. Like, you don't ever have to feel obligated. And that's always the way that I want people to feel here, too. It's like, I feel like those are the best groups to be a part of, are the ones where, like, you're always going to be welcome. It's always good for you to be here, but you don't have to participate every time. I think that's important. And Anne says, I have 100 pages left in They Stole a City by Lauren Collins. Very interesting. Spent the afternoon at Barnes & Noble. Oh, look at you. What a great afternoon. My happy place. Has anyone heard of We Were Forbidden by Jacqueline Harpman? I have not, but maybe somebody else has. And I will go ahead and put some time up on the clock for everybody, and I will also give you all your first question of the evening. And the first one that I have is, if you were gifted an acre of land but couldn't build a house on it, what would you do with it? Can't build a house. I have an idea of the answer that some of you are going to put, but I still think that this is a fun one. I got 45 minutes up on the clock. I'm going to go ahead and eat. My food's probably starting to get cold, so don't mind me. I will go off camera so you guys don't have to see that. But I will be sitting here and I'll come back on when I'm done. So I'm going to wish you all very happy reading. Hope you, if you haven't eaten, you get some food. And I will see you all in a little bit. Bye. Hey everybody, come on back. Sorry about that. I didn't realize my sound was off. I kept thinking like, wow, that minute and 50 seconds is going an awful long ways. So, my bad. Hopefully, you got some reading in that sprint or were able to accomplish something you want to accomplish. I ate dinner and I talked to my mom for a little bit on the phone, and now I went back to reading Wolves of the Kala and I made it to page 624. So I only read for about 6 minutes. It wasn't very long. Before we left, I asked you all the question, if you were gifted an acre of land but couldn't build a house on it, what would you do with it? I want to see what you all had to say. And Kirsten says, go camping. And I really like that answer. Part of why I think that answer is also fun is because I didn't technically say where the acre of land was. Like, the acre of land could be in the middle of a city. I mean, it would be very valuable land at that point, but I like that you're assuming, and I rightfully would too, that the acre is like somewhere kind of out in the middle of the forest or the woods or the middle of nowhere. And Anne says, Jacqueline Hartman, row I, who have never known men. And that one is the one that you all talk all the time about how wonderful it is. And I know Rob really loves that one. And Stina says, I would create a small park and or community garden. I love that. That's so sweet. What a great idea. Heidi says, I would build a special needs playground with a wheelchair swing and turf for wheelchairs and a big canopy space with tables for wheelchairs. See, because you experience the need for that, and I think that that's beautiful, Heidi, that that's something that you think about. I wonder for you where you live, is there any park that you can take Luke to that would allow you to like get to swing with him, or do you have anything in your area that is accessible, or is that something that like you've thought a lot about and you're like, hey, that would be great for around us? And Anne says, I also found a copy of the Atlantic magazine that has the article, The Age of Reading is Over. I have heard a lot about this article. Very interesting. Very interested in reading it. Now, how old is that magazine? When was that article published? And Heidi says, Anne, I DNF'd I who have never known men. Not sure what all the fuss is about. And Heather's here. Hi, Heather. Heather says, hi, everyone. Sorry I'm late. I've been kicking ass and taking names. Good job. But now I'm ready to wind down and read for the evening. Well, that's awesome. It sounds like you have a lot that you have accomplished this week, so I look forward to hearing about that. I think that's wonderful. And Reader's Retreat is here, and Reader's Retreat says, hi, Alex and chat. I'm reading The Night Stalker as a thriller based in England. Wonderful. Well, it's great to see you. And Kirsten says, thrift store trip completed. I got 4 t-shirts, all priced at $1 or $2, and got an adorable tiny stuffed dog for my bookshelves for $1. Total retail therapy cost $8. Great job. And you didn't buy new stuff. You repurposed used things, which is great. And Angela's here. Hey, Angela. Angela says, hi, Alex, Sir Francis, and friends. I'd have an acre full of goats. Very valuable if you could use them to like help clear land. I've seen people online who do that, that like their neighbors and stuff will have like IVs and all sorts of like invasive plants that are growing over like fence rows and everything, and they'll like have, they'll hire somebody or have the neighbor come over and like have their goats just eat their way through it, and it cleans everything up. And I think that they're pretty amazing animals. I don't want to get headbutted by one, but they're very cute. And Zach is here. Hey, Zach. Zach says, hello. I'm finishing up the story I'm writing. Well, wonderful. You've been very productive, it sounds like, on your story. Melissa says, read about 50 pages from Regime Change. Great job. That's a lot of reading. And Anne says, got the family fed. Also wonderful. I hope it was a delicious meal. Heather says, without more information about the land, I'd make a cute, artsy public use space of some sort. Yeah. So, see, I like that because you're kind of thinking, oh, it's probably maybe somewhere around where I live or somewhere like kind of in a community. That's what I think is really fun about these open-ended questions, is like it's up to you to interpret where it is. Like you could have an acre of land out in the middle of the desert or in the mountain. Didn't say you couldn't. And Angela says, I'm reading The Library of Unruly Treasures by the for the middle grade March book club. If it weren't for book club, I'd DNF it. I'm not a huge fan of fantasy, but this book is just stupid to me. Oh, I'm sorry. That's a bummer. I hope it's not super long then. Stina says, got a little bit of book club admin done. Good job. Heidi says, oh, Luke's school has a great playground, but the other parks have wood chips. We just stick to the paved pathways at this point. Well, I'm glad that he does have a place that he can go and that you all can take him so that he can have some fun too. I think that's really awesome. And Anne says the Atlantic magazine is from August of 2026. Okay, so it's actually like the new one that just came out. Okay, cool. I wasn't sure what if it was a newer one or an older one because like I have used bookstores around me that have like old like National Geographic magazines and all sorts of stuff that you can get from like many years ago. So if you said that it was like the one that just came out, I didn't register that. Zach says, I enjoyed I Who Have Never Known Men about 4.25 stars. Yeah, you and Rob. I think that might have been a 5-star read for Rob. And Heidi says, Angela, I can give you a list of 5-star fantasy. Yeah, Heidi will be the first one to be like, here's some fantasy for you to try. Angela says, apparently it takes 344 pages to tell a stupid story. I bet there's a lot of people, mostly kids, who are enjoying it. I mean, yeah. I will tell you that there were things that I enjoyed as a kid that when I went back to try to read them as an adult, I was like, wow, this is really bad. And it kind of made me feel bad because I was like, man, I guess I didn't have very distinguished taste. I don't know if that's the right way to put it. I didn't know any better. It's kind of one of those things that like the more you read, the more you realize the things that you love. And yeah, there's some not so great children's books out there. And so Zach, I think We Were Forbidden is the only other book that has been translated from French. Cool. That's awesome. Well, thank you all very much for that discussion. I will give you all your next question, which is going to be. Hmm, oh, I think this one's really funny. If you were arrested with no explanation, what would your friends assume you did? There you go. All right, I've got 45 minutes up on the clock. I am going to wish you all very happy reading, and I will see you in a bit. Bye. All right, everybody, come on back. Let me know how you did. I made it to page 638 in Wolves of the Column, so making a little bit of progress tonight. I did spend most of that sprint reading. I took a little bit of a break, but I spent most of the time reading. And before we left, I asked you all the question: if you were arrested with no explanation, what would your friends assume you did? And Heather says, I didn't enjoy We Were Forbidden, but very much enjoyed I Who Have Never Known Men. Okay, so you liked one and not the other one. That's been my experience with lots of authors. And Stina says, murder. I'm constantly amazed by the fact that I have never murdered anybody. It seems like I should have done that by now. Anne says, Heather, are they the only two Jacqueline Hartman books that have been translated? And Heather says her novel Orlando has also been translated to English. Zach says, arrested you say? Given the political climate, the most realistic answer is the government arrested me to shut me up. However, I'm an extremely ridiculous person, so silly and strange is also fair. And Anne says, it had too many overdue library fines, stole a book. Zach says, one silly thing a friend and I almost got arrested for was sliding down the ice on a guy's driveway during lunch break in high school. Oh no. And Kirsten says, my friend would guess that I must have lost my shit and gone ham on someone who was doing something wrong or bad towards an animal. See, that one's mine. That is exactly the same thing that I think would be the first thing my family would think, because I'm not a violent person. I don't fight people. I don't yell at people. So like if I lost my shit, I think my family would automatically be like, it was probably for a good reason. Probably for a dangerous reason, meaning somebody or some being was in danger. He said my nickname is the veg, short for vegan, and I do sometimes flip out. That is fair. And Heather says they would assume I beat someone up or trespassed or something for social justice reasons. All good reasons to be arrested, not they think I'm a serial killer or anything. So that's good. Angela says my friends would assume that I talk someone's ears off their head. And Talcana's here. Hey, Talcana. Talcana says, long time no see. It's good to see you. Fridays have been crazy busy lately. Well, that is totally okay. Just happy to have you here. Stina says, I made some progress on my reread of Mansfield Park. Great job. That's wonderful. And Kirsten says that sprint I just laid in my bed with my cats and watched a video by Julietta, the nomad artist, an artist who lives in her car. That's awesome. Julietta is also a really pretty name. I'll have to look her up. I follow a lot of different artists because I just think it's really cool to watch people create. So I'll have to, you know what, I'll do that right before we go on to our next sprint so that I don't miss it. Julietta, the nomad artist. There we go. Pulled her up. Thank you. And I will go ahead and give you all your next question. We're down a few of our regulars today, which I know means that our chatty bits don't go on as long, but that's also okay. It's just going to be a little bit of a quieter one tonight, and that also means the sprints might go by a little bit faster, so that is okay. My next question I'm going to ask you all is, what is a life lesson you learned the hard way? Life lesson you learned the hard way. And Heather says, I've also threatened medical insurance companies that I'm going to burn their headquarters to the ground. Like, I've actually said this to them on the phone. My family friends might suspect that too. Oh no, you're going to be the next Luigi Mangione. And Melissa says, read another... That really nice guy from down the street. He was hanging out with us at the time of that murder. We have no idea what you're talking about. That's what Keaton was kind of alluding to in the back. He's such a sweet boy. No. Melissa says, read another 33 pages and got to page 52. There you go. Awesome. And Stina says, Team Luigi! Yeah, I don't know many people, if anybody. I don't think I've heard a single person ever say, like, oh yeah, he's evil. Like, no. I mean, people will say, It's like the Josh Johnson episode that he did that he got that nomination for. I don't know if he actually won an award for that skit that he did, but it's a whole thing about like you don't want people to be murdered. Like you like murder is a very bad thing, but you also can look at it from his perspective and the perspective of everybody else who has been railroaded by these CEOs in that company and be like, I understand why they did it. It's not necessarily me saying that anybody should have died, but you understand the thought process behind it. And Heather says Luigi is low key my hero. And Stina says these are people who, if they die under suspicious circumstances, I'll be hauled in for questioning. And Gerson says Luigi's secret undercover online presence is Heather, also Team Luigi. Yeah. I don't know anybody who isn't Team Luigi. I mean, the whole system's fucked, yo. Like, I'm just gonna say what it is. Um, but yes, what is a life lesson you learned the hard way? Got another 45 minutes up on the clock. I'm gonna go back into Wolves of the Kala. I'm trying not to yawn, so if I'm making you yawn, I apologize. But I will see you all in a little bit. Happy reading. Bye. right, everybody, come on back. Let me know how you did. Um, I ended up, if you saw me, I ended up taking a call because I found out this afternoon that my dad was having to go in for emergency surgery to get his gallbladder removed. And so he called me when they had officially decided he was going to have surgery. And he went in, and I got a text message from Sandy, who's my stepmom. And she had told me that he was out of surgery and he'd come out of it well. And they were trying to figure out whether he could go home, be released that day, or if he was going to have to stay at the hospital. So he called me to let me know that he was able to go home. Um, and was just kind of like updating me about what that process was like, and his incisions and everything like that. So it was just definitely not something you expect to get a call for, because I like literally had just texted him today being like, hey, I was thinking about you and love you, hope you're okay. And immediately right after I sent that text message, I got a call from him, and I was like, I wasn't expecting that. But yeah, he's gonna be okay. And he's already feeling a lot better than he did when he still had his gallbladder. So very, very grateful for that. There's a lot to be grateful for today, I feel like. But before we left, I asked you all the question, what is a life lesson you learned the hard way? Stina says, my life lesson is United Healthcare is evil. I would argue all health insurance, all insurance in general, is kind of scummy. And Zach says, I learned kindness doesn't always win. I feel like a reverse porcupine with all the knives Emily Fox put in my back. I foolishly thought a 20 times larger gift would make her less rude and dismissive. I know that that's something that's really stuck with you, Zach, because I know that you've talked about that, on a handful of occasions, and you're welcome to. Like, I'm not telling you that you can't or that you have to stop or anything, but I know that that really hurt you, and I'm just so sorry that that happened, because you were being really kind, extremely generous. Nobody should ever treat you like crap because of that. And Kirsten says, this is so stupid, it's embarrassing. I used to hide my gum by shoving it beside my back tooth in this one particular spot, and it ruined my tooth, which is now a crown that looks like a tooth. You used to hide your gum by shoving it back beside your back tooth. That's, I don't think that that's stupid. Um, I would not have thought in any case that that would ruin my tooth either. So like, yeah, don't beat yourself up about that. I'm sorry that that happened though. And Heather says coworkers are not friends. I think, yeah, it definitely can be that way. I've certainly been in some situations where I thought that people were my friends who really weren't, but I've also made some really good friends who were coworkers. So can definitely depends on the work culture too. Like certain environments are not conducive to coworkers being friends. It just like creates there's like animosity, you know. And Anne says that just because a person goes to church doesn't mean that they practice what they say on Sunday morning. That is also extremely true. Likewise, can be said that some of the kindest people are also people who do not go to church or practice any religion, right? And Jamie says, hello, Alex and friends. Hi, Jamie. So glad to be here, finally awake after a post COVID booster coma. Oh, bless your heart. No, not the COVID booster coma. I have been asleep almost all day. I hate it when you get a shot and it really takes it out of you. I have a friend who, her and her husband recently got the shingles vaccine, and she said that like it started out being really fine, and then all of a sudden at like the exact same time both of their arms, like the arm that they got the shot in, like started hurting so bad. He got like really fatigued, and it just wiped him out. It's not fun. Jamie says, life lesson, always stand up for yourself. Absolutely, that's a really good one. Stina says, I spent a lot of that sprint chatting with Brian. Nice. Oh, sorry, Melissa, I accidentally skipped one. Melissa says, life lesson, don't speak about the personal issues of others on Facebook. Great. Great life lesson. Yes. And you said, read another 17 pages from Regime Change and got to page 69. Feel like I might DNF this book as well. There is a major ick factor with this book. Oh, I'm sorry. I don't like it when books give you the ick. Stina says, United Healthcare is one I learned about the hard way, almost died, and they tried to stick me with a $20,000 hospital bill and fought me tooth and nail until I made it clear I was willing to sue them. Oh my God. I am so sorry. That's terrifying. I don't understand, like, when you have health insurance, like the bills that they send people. It's just absolutely ridiculous to me. And yeah, honey, what's up? Oh, Keaton wanted to show off to everybody that he finally finished The Stand. It happened. He's done. He finished the uncut version of The Stand. Show your face, honey. See, everybody be very proud of Keaton. Tell him what a good job that he did. He worked really hard to get through it.
It's over. It's done. I couldn't stand it any longer.
It definitely took some time, so you never have to do that again. Hey, but did you want to tell him what you were planning on reading next? He already has plans.
Oh, hold on, I'll get it.
Yeah, he was. You guys are gonna know what it is if you know horror at all. You're gonna know. And Melissa says, life lesson: don't have to believe all the same things as everyone at church to be a Christian. That is also true. Heather says, can definitely be friendly with coworkers, and coworkers can become friends, but while working together, you got to keep an arm's length. That is fair. On a similar but kind of different note, I would argue never work with your friends. Like, if you're already friends with someone, don't, like, and they're like, hey, come work with me, don't ever do that. It's a terrible idea. I've had that experience. That's a life lesson for me. But yeah, he is planning on reading Uzumaki by Junji Ito. I wish Rob was on because
Rob, is he a fan?
I think so. Yeah, I think he's.
I've intentionally stayed away from anything related to it just so I could go into it blind.
Yeah, I hope to be able to read this as well. Since Keaton has a copy, I'll be able to steal it from him once he's done. But I really want to get his thoughts on it. So
you're gonna hear me go, ugh.
Yeah, yeah. Well, I told him that as long as he reacts that way, everything's okay. It's the moment that he feels nothing or takes joy in it that's a problem.
All right, everybody. I will leave you be.
All right, honey. I'll see you later. And Stina says, that reminds me I need a COVID booster. Apparently there's also a new and improved pneumonia vaccine I should get. Oh, good. Okay. That's awesome. JB says, yeah, I was totally not expecting it. Today was my day off and I had so many plans to get things done. Womp womp. I'm sorry. I hate that. And Stina says, yay, congratulations, Keaton. You're getting congratulations. And Melissa says, ick factor, meaning I know most of the stuff already and I don't need a rehash of negative stuff in my life. Oh, okay, that's very fair. Jamie says, yay to Keaton. And Heather says, Stina, I'm a cancer patient and they used to call me every morning to list for me that the things I already had done 2 weeks ago weren't covered. That's freaking terrible. No wonder you all are Luigi fans. That damn company, they're still shitty. And that's the thing too, right? It's like the CEO of the company died and the company is still shitty. Like how much changed? Melissa says, congrats to Keaton. And Zach says, yay, Keaton! I read that about 20 years ago and once was enough. I did like it, but it is long. I think he liked it more towards the beginning, and then, like, as he... Stuff happened at the beginning, that's what he's saying. What'd you say?
We dropped a nuke.
I can't say that, that's a spoiler.
Oh, yeah. M-O-O-N, that spells end.
M-O-O-N, that spells end.
That spells finale.
It spells finale, that's what he said. And Anne says, congratulations. And Stina says, Heather, I hate them. Heather says, yay, Keaton, big book check. Yeah, definitely. It is a really big book. Big chunker. Melissa says, glad I have universal health care here in Canada. Yeah, no doubt. We do not. It would be awesome if we did. I wanted to share my life lesson, which is something I've really been thinking about a lot over the last, a little over a week at this point, which is that you never truly know what is going on in somebody's life, what is going on in their internal monologue, or like how they truly feel just based off of the way that they are presenting themselves to the world. And to always be kind to people, because you never know whether one harsh word could be the thing that like makes it to where they don't want to be here anymore. And I know that that sounds really dark and everything, but you know, I just think that it's so important to recognize that, like, even on the outside, when people seem like they're doing really great or that everything's awesome, there is the very real possibility that it is not at all. And yeah, it's just something to think about. Stina says, I tried Uzumaki for a book club and noped out very quickly. Same book club that has announced the stand for next spring. Oh no. Well, I don't think I'd want to read The Stand for a book club. Now, when I read the uncut version of The Stand, I did read it in a month. So I mean, like, I would technically have been able to do that. I don't know if that would have changed my opinion of it, like having to read it with a group. I have no idea. And Tokana says, "Good job, Keaton," or "Go Keaton." Tokana says, "Something I've struggled with my life lesson wise. If you want something, say something." Yeah, I have struggled with that too. Um, I am trying to be a reformed people pleaser, which is one of the hardest things to be. And you know, as Jamie was saying earlier, like sticking up for yourself, having boundaries, like saying the things that you do or don't want, can be really hard. And but it always feels so much better to say those things and to get it out and to, make your feelings known than it is to not say anything and then to ruminate on it, and other people around you don't know that you're mad, they don't know you're upset, they don't know and why. And then, like, if it all comes to a head or you get really angry, then they just sit there and they're like, well, I didn't know any of that, I didn't know why you were upset, why didn't you just tell me earlier, right? And it's like, I'm trying to be better about that. Anne says, I read The Stand during COVID lockdown. Oh yeah, me too, actually, me too. And Anne says, has he read it? Has he read it? I'm trying to think which one. Keaton did just finish The Stand. And Keaton says, Moon, that spells Uzumaki. Lord, yes, everybody knows that. And he says, laws, autocorrect made it inauthentic. And Sia says, I started The Stand on audiobook and was really bored. I will probably try a physical copy before I give up. And Keena says, Stina, this may be controversial, but I could feel King's writer's block around the middle. He didn't know what to do, so he dropped a bomb on the plot. I still want to say to that because Keaton was reading the uncut version of The Stand, which is an extra 400 pages. It adds a lot of context, and there is a lot, I think, that helps to enhance the story, but overall, it's going to feel a lot longer than the original cut that everybody read when it first came out. So I feel like that might also be part of it, because his editors took out so much on the first one, and one would assume there was probably a reason why they did that, right? But I still was that person that's like, no, I want to read it as King wanted it. I wanted to read it with the intention that he had. And so Keaton ended up reading the uncut version because of me. It's me, I'm the problem, it's me. Jamie says, Anne was asking if he has read the book It. Oh, read the book It. Oh, yes. Keaton, we've talked about it. You've read It, right?
Huh?
You've read It?
No, I've only ever read The Green Mile and now.
Oh, that's right, because you like the movie, right?
Well, yeah, I was rather impressed with the remake, and of course I showed you the miniseries / movie with Tim Curry.
Yes, yeah. So sorry, that's why I got confused. I've read It. Keaton has not read It. When I introduced him to reading Stephen King, his only books that he's read from Stephen King are The Green Mile and now The Stand. The reason I thought that he had read It was because he was the one who showed me the miniseries that had Tim Curry in it. Because I ended up reading It after watching part 1 of the most recent It movies. Now that I think of it, I don't think I ever saw part 2.
Also, John Boy from the Waltons.
John Boy from the Waltons, yeah. Yeah, Keaton says that's a direct quote from him, by the way. Stina says, King is hit or miss for me. No, that's very fair. I mean, he's got a huge body of work, right? So I don't think that every single book, when an author has like 60 novels plus, is going to resonate every single time. I think that's totally fair. Plus, he's written at very different stages of his life because he's been writing for so long. I mean, his drug-induced years were very, very different than the things that he writes now. Talcana says, I read about half of it, dropped the book in the bathtub, never got another copy. No! See, I really enjoyed it. I thought that was a good book. I might revisit it one day. And Heather says, fun fact, I read it when I was 12. I don't think I would have been able to do that. I genuinely, I think it probably would have scared me very badly. I didn't start reading horror until she was like 2018, 2019. I think right before COVID. Yeah, right before COVID, I think is when I started reading horror because King was what I was reading during the lockdown. And Anne says, I learned that this from an elderly friend. She would say hello to everyone she passed on the street. She said she might be the only person who spoke to a person the entire day. Yeah, I think that that's lovely. And I try to embody that partially. I definitely don't say hi to everybody, but if somebody looks at me, and I always say hi and I acknowledge them. And whenever I see people like cashiers or you go to a hotel or you're at a restaurant, like it's always important to ask people how they're doing. I think so often it's easy to just not notice people. That's another thing that I want to be more cognizant of too, because of the fact that you never know what people are going through. It's like just taking that little bit of time to notice something about them and not just go through the motions of like, oh yeah, I'm good, thanks, how are you? Like if you see something about like an article of clothing that they're wearing or just like something unique about them that like you acknowledge, that you can say like, hey, it's basically you saying like, hey, I see you as an individual more than just like just another person on the street. So yeah, I think that's a really beautiful thing that your friend does. And Zach says, I have a deep loathing for the new It remake. Apart from the cheesy effects, the miniseries is fantastic, but I hate everything from the cast to the color palette of the new one. Dang it! I'm sorry to hear that, Zach, because I was really inspired by part one when I watched it. It's why I was like, oh, I gotta go read the book. Well, actually, the main reason that I wanted to read the book was because I saw part one with one of my best friends he had read the book at that time, and he kept telling me all the things about it that were wrong. And so naturally I was really interested in that. I wanted to know like what about it was different. And I will agree that there is a lot about the remakes that are divergent from the books or the book. And Heather says, it did scare me very badly, but I also loved it. That's great. Heidi says, well, who do you think of what do you think of Wolves of the Collar? Huge step down from the last book. The next is a tumble down a flight of stairs. I will definitely say that I am not enjoying it as much as Wizard and Glass. That is true. Um, there's such a huge focus on Father Callahan, and for anybody who has read Salem's Lot, if Father Callahan has a huge part in this book. I read Salem's Lot years ago, so there's like a lot of it, admittedly, that I don't remember because I wasn't a huge fan, which would break Kat's heart because Salem's Lot is like her favorite King book. Maybe I should reread it at some point, but you know, I was expecting it to be feel a little bit more contained in the same way that like Wizards and Glass did based off of the way it started, because the beginning of the book, the prologue, is extremely strong. Like it's so good. The setup and everything is awesome. And then trying to get it to follow through on that has been like you're like grasping at straws. You're like really just trying to like get it to form into something, and having a little bit of a hard time with that. I don't hate it, to be very clear. I don't hate it, and I don't think it's the worst one either, by any stretch of the imagination. But yeah, it's not what I hoped for. And Telkana says, I was in my teens or preteens when I ruined the book. Young enough I could go get another copy without mom taking me to the store. So it didn't happen. Example of not saying, wait. Young enough I could go get another copy without mom taking me to the store, so it didn't happen. Example of not saying something. That's fair. That's very fair. Zach says, I read it when I was 11 and twice since then. And Keaton says, I thought Bill Hader was excellent in part two, brought an extra dimension to Richie, which I wasn't expecting at the time. Yeah. You said, but the guy can pull off most anything. Good old Bill Hader. And Anne says, I was on the bus reading. A young man told me he had not read a book since high school. He said he didn't know what to read. I met him at the library and he got a library card. That's beautiful, Anne. That's so sweet. I love that so much. Makes my heart happy. Well, thank you all. That was a really, really nice discussion. And I will now be leading us into the last two questions that I do every week. And so this is going to be the second to last sprint, the last 45-minute sprint, and the final sprint of the evening will be 30 minutes. So I will ask you all, what was something you learned over the last week that was interesting? Key is it just needs to be interesting to you. Doesn't have to be interesting to anybody else. I like learning new things even if I have no idea what you're talking about. And Zach says Bill Hader has the world's most punchable face for me. I still think he did a really good job, though. And Heidi says, I have moved on from King since I found BookTube. A world of new authors have filled my reading. GGK, Cornwall, Abercrombie, Le Guin, always finding a new to me. King is in the rear view mirror. I will say that because I discovered King so late in my life and he had been writing for so long and everybody had been fans of him for so long. When I first started reading his books and I found ones that I really loved, like The Green Mile, I was just like inhaling him at like a rapid rate. Like those first couple years, he was overwhelmingly the most read author that I had those years. I've definitely slowed down a lot now that I kind of understand a bit more of his style. I don't know how long it would have taken me to read The Dark Tower if it weren't for Kat. Like I honestly think that probably would have been one of the things I put off until like the very end just because it's such a long series. I will say that if I had to choose a book of his that I would read next, it probably will end up being Duma-Key, just because you guys had recommended that so much and said such good things about it, and that was one of the books that I got at Powell's City of Books when I ended up going there. So that would probably end up being the next one. But again, it's another big book. It's another chunky book. So when I'm done with The Dark Tower, I think I'm gonna just need to like take a breather from him for a minute so I can come back and like appreciate a different narrative. And Anne says, I still see him and he is so excited to tell me what he's reading. I could have ignored him, but I created another reader. And that's so nice. Oh, that makes me so happy. Thank you for telling me that. Thank you for sharing with everybody that. That's awesome. Well, everyone, I've got another 45 minutes for you up on the clock. I went and mixed an electrolyte mix for myself. It's cherry flavored. And hope you're staying hydrated. If you're not, this is your reminder to drink water. And I will see you all in a little bit. Happy reading. All right, everybody, come on back. Let me know how you did. I made it to page 657 in Wolves of the Kala, so made a little bit of progress tonight. Not as much as I would like. Still trying to make some progress before the end of the evening. But before we left, I asked you all the question, what is something you learned over the last week that was interesting? Let's see. I can go first. I've got a couple, or I guess I've got three. A shrimp's heart is in its head. A crocodile does not have the ability to stick its tongue out, so its tongue cannot go past its lips. And you have the ability to crack or fracture a rib by coughing or sneezing too hard. Those are mine. Jamie says, that's so cool, Anne. Well done. Yes. Zach says, I did that too, Alex! Exclamation point. I've read all of King, which took 19 years. I could have done it a lot faster, but I did run out of steam. Dark Tower took me 12 years. I don't blame you. It's totally understandable. Dalcana said, added it again to my TBR. I read Carrie and Christine in high school and remember really enjoying them. Yeah, Carrie being his first novel. That's one I haven't read. I haven't read Christine either, but Carrie is one I think I probably would want to read more. Jamie says, I'll be reading Doom McKee in August. I have a copy from my library. Yay! And Melissa says, I learned that HIV very likely developed about 50 to 60 years before it was first detected in the late 70s, early 80s. Yes, I have heard that as well. So that's a really interesting fact. Heidi says, today I just found out that Tad Williams' famous Scythe Norn character from Austin Ard were based on the aliens from Bradbury's The Martian Chronicles. We'll now have to read more Bradbury. Yeah, I read quite a bit of Ray Bradbury when I first found him, just because I just loved his novels. You know, The Martian Chronicles was okay. So technically, Fahrenheit 451 was the first book I ever picked up of his, but the first time I tried to read it, I didn't like it at all, and I ended up putting it away. And later on, I ended up picking up The Martian Chronicles, which I absolutely loved. And I read The Illustrated Man, and then I ended up returning to Fahrenheit 451. I read The Halloween Tree, and I've really enjoyed his novels. I will say and of course I read Something Wicked This Way Comes. You all saw me read that because I have that beautiful like yellow Folio Society edition. He is not good at writing women. Full stop. Just period. He's not good at writing women. All of his characters. Oh, Dandelion Wine was a really good one. I love Dandelion Wine. He always likes to write from like boyhood or like the male perspective, and if you can look past that and kind of focus more on the themes that he is presenting, I think that you can really like what he has to say. Zach says, I learned that a loose SpaceX Falcon Heavy booster is going to impact the moon on my birthday. It will leave at a 2-kilometer crater. No way! SpaceX is now creating craters on the moon. And Kat made it. Kat, how did you enjoy your play? I hope it was awesome. She says, hey, Alex, got home 5 minutes ago from my adventures, so just popping in to say hello to everyone. I'm going to take a shower and watch a movie with Barry for Giallo July. Well, I hope you all have a wonderful time, and please tell Barry that I said hello, and I hope that the performance of The Tempest was lovely. And Anne says, he introduced me to his grandmother. She said, thank you for accomplishing something that I had tried to get him to do for his entire life. Oh. Kat says, happy weekend, everyone. Happy weekend to you too, Kat. And Zach says, I also learned, too, that it only has been 3 years since Twitter got renamed to X. Everything is so crazy that feels like a decade ago. It doesn't feel like that long ago to me. 3 years sounds about right, to be completely honest with you. And I've completely lost track of time since COVID, but I'm like, yeah, that kind of tracks. Heidi says, Doom McKee is peak King. It is different than his other stuff. Some really scary stuff in that book. I had the same recurring nightmare for a week. Yeah, I look forward to reading it because I want to read a King novel that scares me again. To be very clear, there is no horror um, in the Dark Tower. Like, this is purely speculative fiction, science fiction, fantasy. So it's just different for him. Like, I know that King has a range. I know he has the ability to write fantasy. Like, not everything obviously has to be sci-fi. I wouldn't want any author to necessarily be pigeonholed, but it would be kind of nice when I get through the Dark Tower to go back to more of the thing that I originally was reading him for, if that makes sense. And Anne says, I blame the school system in part for this young man's dislike of reading. I think sometimes they just give kids the wrong books in school. I would agree with that. I think I definitely had some mandatory reading that I had to do where the teachers picked subjects that, like, I'm not saying that children, like, that kids couldn't have some level of appreciation for it, but expecting them to get out of it, like you have to write all these papers, you have to do all this analysis, and by the time you're done, you're like, man, I kind of hate how deeply I've had to, like, just like tear at this book to get out like every possible ounce of nuance. And I understand that you want to teach kids critical thinking. Like, that's really important. I'm not saying that I don't want kids to think critically, but there comes a point in like testing them and in making them like go through every nuanced sentence and everything that will like drive them insane. Like, I remember when I had to read uh oh my god, why did I just think William Golding, Lord of the Flies. There we go. I had to read Lord of the Flies in school, and we like harped on that book, it feels like, for months. And you just get to the point where you're like, can we move on to something else? Like, I want to read. Like, I want to that sounds really bad because obviously I like to analyze and I think about books now, so it's not that that was lost on me. I hope that this is making sense. It just gets to the point where you're going to drive people away from wanting to enjoy like sitting down with a novel because you're just going to make them expect that they have to like everything has to be an essay. Everything has to be a paper, and it doesn't. Heidi says, I learned that Atlantis was real, a powerhouse civilization located on an island around 11,000 BC, but was destroyed by one of the big sudden ice age melting events. Really? I have not heard that. That's pretty cool. If true, that's cool. Kirsten says, I learned that my cat is absolutely obsessed with having her hair combed. Just my one cat. I don't dare try this on the other. That's really sweet. Bubby has started settling into being brushed, and he has much less shedding now and like little tufts of hair that come off of him because he always like sheds a lot in the heavy summer months. And he's really soft right now because he's been brushed so much, and it's nice. Sia says, I learned that my brain is normal. Well, the reports say normal brain MRI. I suspect that is not quite the same thing. The goal was to rule out MS. Well, that's awesome. That's beautiful. I'm so happy to hear that for you, that you have a normal, non-MS brain. That's wonderful. And Andy's here. Hey, Andy, giving a wave. Heidi says, Adrian Tchaikovsky has a podcast called Starship Alexandria where he discusses famous sci-fi books with a co-host, and he certainly has a wonderful, dreamy British accent. Yeah, he's a wild one too. He's got a lot of big ideas. Heidi says, yes, Dina. Zach says, I plan on finishing my story so you could give me a live reaction on sprints if you wanted, but I kept getting interrupted. Can I email it to you for feedback after? Sure, yeah, if you want to, absolutely. And Heather says, I learned that I hate crumble cookies and also that a single insect eating bat can consume 1,000 to 4,500 mosquito-sized insects in a night. Truly doing the Lord's work. I love bats. Bats are so cool. I hate mosquitoes. I hate like pests. I told you all about the very beginning of sprints how I had to like go to war with yellow jackets and wasps yesterday and today. Like, it's not fun. I love bees. I love bees. I love, butterflies and all those lovely insects. I hate mosquitoes. They love me so much, and they swarm me. Like, I've known people in my life that mosquitoes are not attracted to them at all. I don't know what it is about their body chemistry or the way they smell. The mosquitoes just don't want anything to do with them. I don't have that. I have the opposite. Jamie says, I learned that you could be knocked out cold by a COVID vaccine even if you had no such reaction the half dozen other times. Yeah, that's fair. You never know how your body will react to things, and your reactions change too. That's a terrible part, is it can change over time. Zach says, the magazine I'm significant to. Wait. Oh, the magazine I'm subscribed to has a chili minimum, but it would be sending the version without smut because I haven't written that yet. It's far from clean, but not graphic. Okay, so it's a short story that you want to submit it to, and you just want some feedback on it. Like I can like write feedback for you. That's totally fine. And Heather said, fun fact, my small town library's copy of Carrie is a first edition. The back flap just says Stephen King is a teacher. He lives in Maine. One of the stories I remember so much from King was in the very early years of his career, and when he and his wife, they like were basically freshly married, had young kids. They talked about how poor they were, and they said that the one thing that they always set aside money for was making sure that they could renew their library cards because, like, the library was such a valuable resource for them. And I just think that that's such a beautiful thing that, like, even when they were struggling to, like, pay their bills or have money for food, like, they just, that was something that mattered to them. Now, I always find that kind of confusing because I'm like, I don't know, like, where they lived, how much was, or annual renewal of a library card was. I mean, for me, I don't have to renew mine annually, so I wouldn't know, but that they said that was important to them. Melissa says, thanks for sprints. Hope you all have a great weekend of reading. Yes, I hope you do too. Thank you. Heather says, bats are my favorite animal because they eat mosquitoes. I'm allergic to them, so it's a war. They love me too. Absolutely. Yeah, bats are so cool. Also, of like any animal that you can get tattooed on you, bats are really awesome. And they're really cool chest pieces. And Zach says, okay, thank you. Just giving you a spicy warning, but letting you know it's not too graphic yet. Okay. I mean, I can handle like sex in a book. I appreciate you letting me know. I can handle it. Yeah. I mean, and I'll see it when you send it over to me. It was there a like a specific word count or like a page count or anything that you had to like be within the confines of, or like what minimum was it for like size of story? I just want to be able to keep that in mind so that I know when you send it over. But and I can read that this weekend, Zach, to let you know. I will, if you send it to me, I will make a note to myself to read it this weekend. So I will put 30 minutes up on the clock. This is going to be our last sprint of the evening. Doo-doo-doo. Zach says, and to clarify, the magazine has a 3 chili minimum. Oh, a 3 chili minimum meaning spice level. Okay, I'm sorry. Sorry. I was like, I didn't know in what way that related to the spice, but that makes sense. A chili isn't like a pepper. The issue I'm submitting to is called Sapphics of Saturn. It's a lesbian sci-fi. Okay, cool. Yeah, that's awesome. Wonderful. I will be happy to take a gander at that for you. And then I'm going to also put up our last question of the evening, which is going to be, what is one thing you've accomplished over the last week that you're proud of? It could be big, could be small, could be something that you did 5 minutes ago, or something that you did immediately after sprints last week. Either way, it's just important for you to think about something that you accomplished so that you feel good about yourself because you did do something in the last week. All right, everybody, I've got 30 minutes up on the clock. I'm going to wish you all very happy reading, and I'll see you in a little bit. Bye. All right, everybody, come on back. Let me know how you did. Made it to page 667 in Wolves of the Kala. I think I am going to take a break for the evening. Before we left, I asked you all the question was one thing you've accomplished over the last week that you're proud of. And Zach was answering my question about the length, and he said 5,000 to 7,000 words. I'm planning on hitting 7,000, but it's about 3,600 without that smut. And Zach, I don't know if you saw my question back to you, but I wanted to mention, usually I don't give feedback to people that I know because I think you all can understand that, like, that's a very personal thing. You have the potential for hurt feelings and stuff like that, but I also know that, like, Zach, I know you have thick skin, and I'm sure you probably would like constructive criticism. So if you want me to frame any feedback I have kind of like the way that I would do like a review or something, or if you just kind of want like footnotes for things, I can do that too. I don't typically do that, but I can in this case. And says that I read 5 books and 1,800 pages in July. Still not close to my 3,000 page goal for the month, but I'm getting my reading desire back. And that's what's important. It's important that you just want to read. Jamie said, this week I finished my 4th nonfiction book for the year. I have a goal of reading at least 6 in 2026, so I'm right on track. Great job. Kirsten says, I'm proud of myself for being a busybody and following my instinct to watch out for this dog tied up outside our Whole Foods. I didn't know how long he had been there before I came along, but he and I spent 2 hours together before he was eventually taken away by the police. I'm so glad that I trusted my instincts to wait with him. His mom did claim him from the police, claiming she forgot him. I'm still mad at that woman. She shouldn't have been allowed to take the dog back. Absolutely not. That's fucking ridiculous. Also, that's really awesome of you to like hang out with the pup for 2 hours. Bless your heart. I would give you a hug for that, Kirsten. I really would. And Stina says, I'm proud of myself for finally making it to the writing group I went to once several months ago, and I even started working on a new poem. That's wonderful. That's great. Teresa, hey Teresa. Teresa says, just wanted to stop by to say hello. Just finished a graphic novel, Bad Dreams in the Night by Adam Ellis. Very good short horror stories. Cool. Actually, I'll check that out. I love a good horror graphic novel. Let me see here. Let's see. Bad Dreams in the Night. Oh, I see he's got a variety. I see another one called Let Me in Your Window. Ooh, that's fun. I'll take a look at that. Actually, wait, that's weird. This says that I already had that saved. I don't remember saving this. I don't remember ever seeing that cover before, but I guess somebody must have talked to me about it at some point in the past. But I'm glad you really liked it. Zach says, say whatever you like. I'm a descriptivist, not a prescriptivist. I don't think you will, but you can absolutely rip into it if you like. No, I would be, I like to always think that I'm very fair in what I talk about. I mean, there's very few instances, even in like my reviews and stuff, where I ever rip into things, and even then, usually they're nuanced. Like I hated The Terror, and there were still some like nice things that I said about it. So no, I don't expect that would happen either. Jamie says, during that sprint, I made it to page 286 in The Secret History. Wonderful. Did you ever read The Goldfinch, Jamie, by Donna Tartt? Because that book was so incredibly painful to read, not because of the way it was written. Her writing is excellent. Like, truly, Donna Tartt has a gift, but it's just her characters. I hate them. I hate them with a passion. And Heather says, unnoticeable to others, but big for me. Productivity level was high this week. It's an indicator of good health for me, and it feels good to get things done, hoping this is a long trajectory. I hope that for you too, Heather. I really do, and that's wonderful to hear, so congratulations. Teresa says, some of them are quite gross. Okay. I'll keep that in mind. Keaton says, would be interested in reading it as well. I love helping people refine their vision. Oh, yeah. So Keaton would read that as well, Zach, if you would want him to. Said if you're comfortable with that, of course. Heather says, oh no, Goldfinch is on my TBR for August. And Jamie says, no, this is my first Donna Tartt. I know what you mean about her characters, though. So, Heather, how do I talk about it? So, The Goldfinch is a long novel about very miserable people. Okay, if you're okay with reading a book with characters that like they're so awful at like the core of who they are, and it's not even so much that they're evil, it's just they're just nasty. There's a part of them, there's something about them that's just wrong, and you will feel that when you read that book, and at the same time that you are experiencing the absolute detestment, whatever you want to say, of these people, you will be sitting there going, wow, that was well written. That's that's pretty much all I can say, because usually when I hate characters in a book, like even I guess even if the author really wants me to, but I can't usually say a lot of good things about them, because I'm like, God, these people were horrible. Like, why would I ever want to read this? And even when I was done with the Goldfinch, if I remember correctly, I think I still gave it 4 stars. I would never read it again, ever. But I still think that it has a lot of redeeming qualities. And Zach says Keaton is more than welcome. Okay. Well, Keaton, you're welcome to read it too. So I'll give that to him this weekend. Heather says, I love to hate characters, so maybe I'll like it. Well, then you might absolutely love The Goldfinch. It might be like your new favorite book. It is long, though. I will warn you about that. I felt that it was long. I remember reading it on vacation, and I had to take frequent breaks while reading it because it just made me feel bad. It did. One thing I've accomplished over the last week, I'm trying to think. I feel like I probably mentioned it to you all that there's a game I play that they had an art competition where you could submit, and they had like they were going to pull like a certain number of people out of all of the submissions for winners. And I found out today that I was one of the winners, which is really cool. That's my accomplishment, because I have never submitted anything for like writing, art, anything, because I've always been like nervous about criticism, and I really like tried to kind of do like some interesting things with what I submitted. It's super nerdy. Basically, like they gave a theme, and so your art had to match the theme from something in the game. And I took one of the like characters, and I basically made her a roller derby character, because that was the thing that I was really obsessed with at the time. Still love roller derby; it's really cool, but I can't like go watch it right now because they're out of season. But like I decided to do that as the theme, and yeah, I got an email today being like, yeah, you're one of the winners. And so like in the game, I got like a little trophy and a custom avatar that I can use that only the winners will ever get to use, which means that it's actually pretty rare. And they said that it was out of hundreds of submissions that mine was one of the ones that was chosen. And I went through, and they put like all of the winners' art up. I was going through and I was looking at it, and these people are like professional artists. Like some of these people are the ones who make like actual art for the game. Like they're hired by the company to make art for the game. And so I just felt an immense amount of gratitude, because I'm not that good, and I that's not humility, like that's not me trying to be humble. Like I'm genuinely like not anywhere near as good as them. And so to be put even like remotely in a category close, to be like, hey, you're one of them too, like that felt pretty cool. So yeah, that was for me. Jamie says, congrats, Alex, that's very cool, thank you very much. And Heather says, woo, so brave, it's such a cool reward for courage, thank you. Yeah, it was I kind of like gave a little shriek today of happiness. It's the first time in a while that I had like felt that joy because there's just been like a lot of stressful things happening lately. So like I felt like truly in that moment like unbridled joy. And Stina says, "That's so awesome, Alex. Thank you. I really appreciate it." It's like the nerdiest thing in the world. And that's why I'm not like being like more descriptive about it. And you guys would all be so supportive. You'd be like the sweetest people in the world. That's not it. It's just one of those things where I'm like, I don't know that I really want to like share what it's from. And there's nothing inappropriate about it at all. It's just like really dorky. But anyway, that's my thing. And I am going to wish everybody like a wonderful weekend. And I hope that you all get some rest, that you are able to be productive in all the ways you want to be productive, that you get to like have fun and hopefully enjoy good weather, eat good food, like just all the positive things. I wish that for you in your life, especially over the next week. JB says, "Thanks for sprints. They made me feel like I'm back to normal. I really needed this." So that's awesome, Jamie. I'm happy to hear that. I do hope that you feel better tomorrow after crashing today. I hope that, like, kind of can feel more like yourself. Stina says, "Thanks for sprints and chat. Have a great week, y'all." You too. You too. Thank you, Stina. Good night, everybody. I'm going to go drink some water. Heather says, "Thank you for sprints," and thank you, Heather. It was wonderful to see you. And good night, everybody. Bye.